I'd like to call this meeting to order. The clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Councilmember Wolf. Here. Councilmember Capes.
Here.
Mayor Montgomery.
Here.
Councilmember Strawn.
Here.
Councilmember Rayburn.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Strong, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. Council, do we have any items that needed to be added, deleted, or changed on the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to request that we remove the amendment to the ARP grant project ordinance from the consent agenda and add the resolution to honor Marlene Conway to the consent agenda.
I make a second to that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Council, have you time to review the consent agenda, and do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for the first public comment period?
Yes, Robert Frederick.
Robert Frederick, 500 Windwood Drive. Tonight, there are a number of people here who may not speak up. That's even though they've got a lot to say. They've told me they're not planning on speaking up because they feel council does not listen to them. They've told me they're not speaking up or planning to because they feel council does not like them. And so they've told me if they spoke up, it would be detrimental to the cause they wish to advance. I certainly understand how my fellow members of our community feel. I share those feelings. But I'm speaking up tonight anyway. I'm speaking up tonight to point out to you, not to council, that in a normal year, there would be only one public hearing tonight. In a normal year, the public hearing at this time of year would be about the budget, how our tax dollars are spent. We would be discussing why council thinks our taxes should be higher when our property was just reevaluated higher, so more money already will be coming in. We would be asking council why 5 new positions are needed. We would be asking council why to spend taxpayer money to remodel this building but no longer host elections here. We would be asking council why there's a 50% increase in the recreation budget. We would be questioning why council is spending $1 million on a building this year when supply chain issues are making everything more expensive on a building they originally thought would only be $500,000, spending $500,000 more of our taxpayer dollars. But this is not a normal year for so many reasons, nor was last year, 2021, nor the year before, 2020. We've not had a normal year since 2020, and it's not just because of the pandemic. It's because our politics here in Jamestown have been dominated by discussions of the future of Jamestown. That future is what happens with the Johnson Farm property, which D.R. Horton says should be called the D.R. Horton property. To this request of a name change, Jamestown's land use attorney recently responded in the comments of the development agreement, if D.R. Horton decides to continue with this project, the name will be changed. And yet it's to hold public hearings about this very disagreeable development agreement, rezoning and annexation that so many of us are here tonight? Why? I ask those who are here tonight, those who have something to say about the future of Jamestown or the budget, to go ahead and say it, whether or not you think it will be well received by council. Go on the record. If you yourself don't have something to say, then bear witness. Support those who do have something to say. And to all of you, I say thank you for speaking up.
Thank you. Anyone else signed up to speak?
Nobody else signed up.
Okay. All right. Matthew, would you introduce the Speaker on the ADA plan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In 2021, the town decided to undertake a comprehensive assessment of our facilities, programs, and policies to assess their compatibility with Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA. This is required by state and federal law for employers that have 50 or more employees, which we're right on the cusp, but we're being a little bit proactive here. The plan outlines what facilities the town ownership need intervention to become compliant with ADA standards, recommend remediation actions, and then to make non-compliant facilities compliant, develop a schedule for remediation action, and then designate the proper town staff that are responsible for overseeing the schedule and the plan itself. I'd like to introduce Ted Callum with Withers and Ravenel to tell us a bit more about the project. He was a consultant that we hired to help us with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about this. Read some of the notes here as we go through the presentation. Members of council, Madam Mayor, thank y'all for letting me be here tonight. And my name is Ted Callum, Director of Transportation with Withers Ravenel. And I'd just like to take a few minutes of your time to walk through this presentation and give some highlights of the ADA transition and self-evaluation plan. This slide just let you know that there are many municipalities throughout the state that are being proactive. These are some that we have done so far. We have 2 or 3 others that we're beginning. So just letting you know that it is something that other towns are taking proactively. Just also the project team, listed the members from Jamestown, also the ones from Withers Ravenel, showing that we had good coordination, good ownership of the project, and seemed like it made everything go a lot more streamlined and a lot more productive. The objective was, as the manager mentioned, to ensure that all citizens have access to municipal facilities, programs, and activities, complying with the federal guidelines. And 50 or more employees is the target range for when this gets kicked off. And focuses on architectural, physical. We did do what we call horizontal and vertical assessments. So that was sidewalks, wheelchair ramps, curb cuts, as a lot of people call them. Also the facilities, anywhere that the public has access to a facility that is town-owned or maintained. And then this is majorly endeavor because anything that has federal funds, the Department of Justice has sent out a reminder to people that, you know, Fed funds are tied to everything being ADA compliant and accessible, and it could jeopardize future federal funds if not brought up to standards. Project considerations, I'll walk through some more slides here, but basically public input. We did have, that was one of the initiatives, to reach out to the public with a questionnaire and give them an opportunity to state what they would like to see done, what they see trouble spots throughout the town. So that was done. The barriers to accessibility, that is what I mentioned about looking at the horizontal and vertical impediments, with the sidewalks, whether or not they are cracked or tripping hazards and that kind of thing, and also then accessibility to the actual facilities. We do have in here about the funding opportunities. We did list what the deficiencies are, and also the kind of recommended dollar range that would be used to circumvent those. And again, we'll get back in there and talk about the 5-year plan that was developed. And then ongoing governance, I do have a slide showing who's going to be the coordinator, who's going to be the contact person for this as you're going forth, and that will be in your plan as each year progresses. Public input, as I mentioned, there was a survey. We put it out for a certain amount of time. We got feedback. We did phone, in-person discussions, that sort of thing. So in the plan, I don't know if y'all have seen it, but it's right many pages. But there is some feedback in there.
It is right many pages.
It is. A lot of that is support and documentation, where
Yeah.
we went and actually did the evaluations.
Yeah, I saw it.
So it's, you know, about 300 pages are the supporting documentations.
Yeah.
But yes, we did go in there and actually get feedback from the persons of the town. A lot of them said they just wanted more accessibility, walkability. and then also just making sure that existing curb ramps and sidewalks are maintained. Barriers, we did identify barriers to, and as I said, I got slides coming up, pedestrian facilities. We also looked at programs and services, any policies and practices that you have. Buildings did not just, facilities are not just buildings, also parks and such as that. And the services were also whether or not somebody could get online and make access of navigate your actual online world also, not just physical, but also electronic. All right, and some of the ones that we found on the what we call horizontal are the sidewalks, the curb ramps, signage. Sometimes there's signage issues, pedestrian signals, whether or not they've got PED signals, whether or not they can reach the buttons, that kind of thing. Parking lots, town-owned, we looked at those as accessible. And then, of course, crosswalks, whether or not they're there or they're not there. If they're there, are they faded, that kind of thing, are they worn? So that was the horizontal type barricades that we saw. Sometimes sidewalks will have a wall that's blocking somebody getting around, that kind of thing. Or I don't know if y'all have seen them, but sometimes you see power poles that are blocking the sidewalk. So we did collect that data for all different types of the horizontal possibility of barriers. Buildings, public parks, we've got a picture here. Seems like a lot of times, and you don't think about it, but the hand towels, the rack is either too high or that kind of thing. So we put a picture in there because that is a very predominant issue. The ADA accessibility guidelines have certain dimensions that you're supposed to follow, and back in years ago, they may have been installed and that may have been the proper distance or height, but now with the new guidelines, they're out of conformance. Paper towels, hand dryers, spaces just getting around, grab bars, people having the actual grab bars to use, door swings, you don't think about it, but at the bottom, the door pull pressure, it's got to be so many pounds of square inch or it's not within guidelines. So that's the kind of things we actually check for. Again, I mentioned that we actually looked at websites, just seeing if the information on there can be easily accessible by people. We actually had some that are colorblind, and sometimes the color scheme throws them off. So that's the kind of thing that you even have to look for. The funding one, let me get to here, and I'll have to read this one because it's a little more in-depth. And what we're looking at is all towns, municipalities, they look either at a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan. Town of Jamestown chose the 5-year plan, and what we did is we broke it down, number of evaluations we done, number of barriers we found, and kind of pushed that thing through year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is part of the multiple pages that shows basically how you can fund that in the upcoming years, and that could either be CIP funding or CIP or your regular funding. The ongoing town governance, part of the plan is that you have to have a coordinator, which Ms. Apple has been designated. You also have to have an administrator, which Mr. Johnson has been designated for that. And that is one of the plan's requirements, that you do have to not only have a position, but you actually have to have a physical person and have their contact information in the plan, email and phone number. So that was one of the major inputs, is making sure that you had your coordinator and administrator designated. And as that note says at the bottom, if that changes for some reason throughout the years, that does have to be updated. There is a form that goes to the Department of Justice and saying, you know, this person is now the coordinator or this person is now the administrator. The deliverables were to do the self-assessment, do the horizontal review, do the facility, the vertical review, tabulate all that, get it into a form to where we could create the plan, also get your grievance policies and have those as part of the plan. And then, once we get all that together tonight, if y'all are awarding or adopting the plan as is, then the next step would be put that all together. We send it to the Department of Justice. She gives it a review, and if everything meets the, basically the 6 or 8 step guidelines, then she will give us a memo back saying that the town of Jamestown is in conformance and your plan is approved. And that's the presentation. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to ask or let me know.
I do have some. I don't, if somebody else wants to go. Well, of course, I know the council adopted the town of Jamestown, that Title VI plan in December of 2020. So I'm assuming this ADA transition plan is the next phase in that compliance process.
Correct.
And as you said, I think it's state and federal mandate with 50 or more employees that you're to have this. So I'm assuming at some point there could be penalties or fines if you don't have this. So you're being proactive, as you said, to get this done.
Correct. Department of Justice has put out a memo to most towns. I don't know if Jamestown has received that, but most towns have received that, where it was a 1990 mandate. It just has not been enforced. And so there have been some rather high-profile lawsuits in other states, not necessarily in North Carolina, where someone had an issue and sued, and so they are spending extremely big dollars to take care of things where, getting the plan in place. The plan protects you. Of course, anything can be questioned, but the plan protects you as you put it together and you're actively pursuing doing your yearly improvements.
And of course, I was a bit concerned, we do have Sharon Apple designated as the coordinator, and we know she will be retiring.
And that's where that statement said that,
Okay.
if something changes, then that designation, the new designation would be just written down and submitted to the Department of Justice, and then they just put that on file.
Yeah. I noticed under, it was Part 4, the plan requirement, identify barriers, and I'll give this, I ran a copy of that page. It just shows the Civic Center as the location is 212 3rd Avenue Northeast, so, and of course, it's 301 East Main Street.
Okay.
So, and I'll give you this to make it easy. But then the next paragraph, if you'll let me read it, if y'all, and help me understand it, it just said that please note that the library is not ADA accessible. However, it is a historical building and does not require bringing it up to ADA standards. But then it says, additionally, there are a few areas in the town hall and the civic center that were not open to the public, such as the library restroom. So there's not a library in the civic center of the town hall. So I just don't know if that needed to be moved,
Reworded,
that sentence
okay.
up or something, And then it says, as such, the library, town hall, and civic center were not fully assessed for ADA compliance, which of course the civic center and town hall are all public buildings, but that paragraph is a little bit
Okay.
strange there.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. It may have just been
And
the
here, like,
wording.
I'm gonna give you several pages that I copied. I'll give them to y'all at one time, still one at a time.
Thank you.
Then, as we said, the report, what we just read in there, is that the library being a historic building, it does not have to be brought up to the ADA standards, but yet there's a big section in here, pages 20 through 28, that give all these updates at the library. So I was trying to understand, does that have to be done or not?
No, what it was is since our field representatives were out here, they went ahead and looked at all facilities, even though that one was exempt.
Okay.
They went ahead and looked at it in case there was minor items that you wanted to be proactive on, but not required.
Well, like I saw the parking lot and signage in the parking lot, that kind of thing. But there were some items that were changing the floor surface. And of course, there's some original floors in there
Right.
and different things that would certainly hurt that building, although we've talked about having
Well, I
access.
did have a question specific to that, if I could go ahead and inject
Yes.
that. If some of those choices were made to upgrade some things, not the flooring,
Yeah.
but would that then kind of trigger something that we would have to do all of the updates, or?
No.
No, so because I've been talking with them about possibly an external elevator, but, didn't want to,
No.
if making that more accessible would then say, okay, well, now
Have
you
to
got to
do
do
it
it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That wouldn't be feasible.
And I will definitely get with your manager, but my understanding is, it's historic. I guess, once you improve it to a certain extent, it may become modern versus historic. So that would probably trigger other things, not necessarily this ADA compliance, but other building code things and such as that.
Okay.
So, but no, theoretically, as long as you are doing some of those minor items in there and not changing the entire concept of the building and the historic nature of the building, then it is exempt.
Okay. Then, let's see, well, on page 48, which I'm going to give you this too.
Sure.
There's just a couple of typos on here, and I'll put that in there so you can see it. I was also a little bit trying to figure out on page 56, 57, I think it's 58, but what it is talking about the curb ramps. The first one is at High Point City Lake property, and then the other ones are Main Street, which is DOT road. Plus, if I'm not, I think it was just, it seemed like a year ago, but time flies, it could be a couple years. But DOT replaced all those handicap or the ramps, and I thought it was to bring it up to compliance. So one, are they not in compliance? According to this report, they're not. And two, is the town responsible for that, or is DOT?
My understanding is, yes, if they're not in compliance, and supposedly we checked them all appropriately, we did the levels, we did the measurements, and sadly to say, even maybe 3 years back, I'm not sure when the ADA compliance changed, I'll have to look that up, but there was a date in there that it kind of retrofitted to a new standard. And I hate to say it, but it may have just been built non-standard for some reason. We can definitely reevaluate those just to make sure, but also my understanding is if they're on a DOT facility, then that's a DOT item. We captured them just because they were within the town corridor, town limits, but technically it would be a DOT
It would be a
improvement.
DOT upgrade for them to do.
We've had that question on others, that if it's a state DOT maintained street, then
Exactly.
you would forward that information to the NCDOT.
Okay, that's good.
But yes, your other question is, even though were built and constructed by DOT, they still may be out of compliance for some reason.
Well, that was some bad timing then, I guess.
Yes.
Then also on page 60, I noticed it was talking about town programmings, activities, and events, and you've got location, you've got Warren Miller, and it's Ren Miller, but I'll run you a copy of that as well. Then I was reading also on page 60, when it's talking about methods to remove the barriers, and it states that a licensed contractor should review the following failed facilities in person in order to provide accurate insight and expected cost for the barrier removal. What I just was wanting to be sure, we've got a lot of talented town staff, and obviously they could do the replacing of handrails and lowering towels and racks and lowering hooks and mirrors and several of these things. So I guess my question is, that could be done by town staff and doesn't have to be a licensed contractor to do the things that staff can do.
No, and that's a generic statement because some
Okay.
towns, municipalities do not have that opportunity. So we put that in there just in case they do not.
Okay, just want to be sure we weren't bound by that.
Yeah,
'cause
no.
And of course, we've already talked about the library. And then I was questioning the items about the town hall, about the elevator. Now, the elevator is not open to the public, so does that have, and of course, at the time, it was built to code,
Yeah,
but is that something that would be required to be upgraded?
not if public does not have access or cannot use it.
Yeah.
Anything like that that is not open to the public, then it is is exempt.
That's the only thing that I know of that's not open to the public in these buildings.
Okay.
And of course, some of these are going to be really expensive, that moving of the ramp or widening or relocating. And of course, I always say it was the code at the time.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, and again, that's one thing that we preface is, sadly but truly, guidelines do change.
Yeah.
There's not what's the word? It's not in place forever. So yes, they are out of conformance now, where they may have been in conformance 3, 5, 10 years ago. And then there are some items that are, more expensive than others. And
Yeah.
that's why you do have the 5-year plan. You could, move those items to year 5 and build up the fund for it, whichever the case may be.
I guess the last thing I wondered about, there's of course a section about the fire department, and of course the town and the fire department are sort of in an exploratory time period and there's money in the budget to have an architect look at a design for a new fire department, or fire station. So it seems like you wouldn't want to do that fire department remediation at this time until that exploratory
And that's,
session has been completed.
and that's kind of the thing, it's as one of my counterparts said, it's a living document. So that is one of the things that you would denote. We put it.
Well, I wondered if that needed to be noted in the plan.
If-
To say the town of Jamestown and Pinecrop Sedgeville Fire Department are, we'd have to figure out
The wording.
professional wording of it. But, so if anyone looked at the plan, they would know, well, none of this is being done because this may happen in a relatively near future.
And that could be a footnote that's added, because
Yeah.
that is part of the living document that you put in there, plans are in effect for this, or plan for a year, or,
Yeah, it's-
2025 or.
Right.
Yes.
It just, so if somebody else is reading it, they would understand that.
Yep.
But only thing else I had to say is kudos to the surveyors, Dennis and Nicholas, and the town staff that went and inspected all these places. And I cannot imagine what High Point or Greensboro, one of their plans would look like. I would not want to have to review it, I'll tell you that. But-
Yes, we did the city of Rock Hill, South Carolina, and it's huge, and Dennis also helped out on that one, and I think Nicholas also helped him on that one also, and it was
Yeah.
there. It was.
Yeah, I could imagine. But here are these pieces that might help you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate answering the questions.
I need to piggyback off what Martha just asked about if there was something that was going to be changing, like the fire department. Is there a provision for amendments to the plan as we move through the 5 years?
Yes. Theoretically, each year, you would update what you've done. If you've completed some curb ramps, if you've done some of the hand towels and grab bars and stuff, it's almost like an as-built. You would go in there and redline and add that, and then it would just be modified. And most people do a notebook, and they would check off those things and have a commentary at the back or a summary at the back. Year one, this is what we accomplished. Year two, this is what we accomplished. And then eventually you would want to kind of recreate it, and the Department of Justice is going to be eventually, I think, looking at all this. And so you would want that summary, but you would also want to just reevaluate and modify the actual plan at the end.
Thank you.
Quick question, when you talk about grandfathered, in my building experience, something's grandfathered in is grandfathered in until you start doing something structurally to it. So is this tied into the Department of Justice coming around and saying thou shalt do this and thou shalt do that? Doesn't matter if it's grandfathered in or done under other codes and ordinances?
My understanding is yes, it's not grandfathered any longer. It would be as of the date that they've set, and then you would have to have it updated. So yes, if the Department of Justice rep came out, they would say, that is out of compliance. It may have been 10 years ago. Even though you haven't changed it, it is no longer in compliance.
Having said that, and it mentioning Department of Justice and knowing a little bit about the law enforcement field, is that something, Beth, maybe you should be involved with, looking at the plan and based on what he just said about DOJ saying, you will do these certain things, just making sure that if there is a contract or that sort of thing involved, that we stand clear with where we are. And I'd like to see that wording that, where they've come down and said, you will do it regardless versus, because that overrides everything that's been the building field
Oh, yeah.
for
Yes.
hundreds of years.
Definitely, and that's something we can share with the manager. There is a website, and it's got the information on there, and like I said, I'm not sure if the town of Jamestown has received that memo from the Department of Justice, but other municipalities have, and it's kind of denoted in that memo that she sends out to everyone.
Okay,
So we can, we'll definitely share that with
thank you.
the manager.
Any questions? Additional? Any other questions or concerns? Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you, Martha.
Oh, sure.
Thank you for your comments, yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, council, before we ask for a motion?
Now, I think that those changes that Martha talked about definitely need to be done, and I'd like to have the wording from DOJ to verify that we aren't, in fact, grandfathered in, those sort of things before we nail it down. The things got to be done, they've got to be done, but if it's a match that's putting a fire to us, then we need to be standing straight with it.
Is this too time sensitive to continue to the next meeting to gather that information, or?
I think that's the appropriate call.
Okay,
Okay, just to continue that.
yeah.
Motion
have to
to
make a
continue.
motion?
So I move to continue this discussion to the next meeting?
July 19th.
July 19th, thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Good call, guys. Matthew, we have a marketing video to see.
Yes, good evening again. Now we come to you with something that's going to be fairly enjoyable and fun. As you know, one of the strategic plan goals that we've had this past year is to update our marketing and branding opportunities. This is something we've actually been discussing for a number of years, and so this is very exciting for us. We've been working on this for a little over a year. We solicited input from a number of individuals, business owners, residents, to help with us with this visioning process, and we have a great team here this evening from Tiger Moth Creative. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Lyda Carpin with Tiger Moth, who will introduce her team and then describe a little bit about the outcome of the processes that I just told you about. So,
Good to see everybody again.
And you?
If it's okay if I stand to the side a little bit. I can't really see.
You're fine.
I understand.
He
She
actually
really understands. So.
Can we turn those lights on that section down?
She will in just a second.
We get ready. All right, thank you. Sorry.
He actually did a little bit of my intro, like to remind everybody about the discovery process that we did. So we did talk to a number of business owners and residents, we did focus groups, we did some online surveys. We took all of that wonderful inspiration that we got from members of the community to create the video, the other pieces of creative that we're going to talk about today. And so you're going to get to see the video up front. I wanted to lead with that. And then we're going to look at the messaging and the graphics that we talked about last time we were here. So I'm going to introduce Mike. This is Mark Davis, who is our director of video.
I see some familiar faces after filming too.
Could you move closer to the microphone?
I sure can. Okay. Yeah, I wander around, so I might need this. Yeah, our goal was to create a video that really showcases the town of Jamestown. And it was really fun. I mean, I really got to immerse myself in the town, wanted to showcase the people, the community, the businesses, the things to do, the recreation, and really the personalities of the town. And it was a great project. I've even tried to get my parents to move here since doing this project. So I don't think I can get them off the mountain, but they need to come down. This would be a great place, not too close to me, but close enough. But it was just one of these, one of these projects that I really got to feel like I was part of the town. And, I got to film people and meet people. And I really hope that the video for y'all shows that, because we really tried to show the town in all its charm and wonder. So without further ado, here's the video. Now we can drop the light. We're ready?
Remember what it was like to be a kid? To explore and play. To roam free all day. In Jamestown, North Carolina, we get out of the grind and escape into the moment. People feel good here. Let loose here. Eat well here. Feel swell here. we go for a ride or an afternoon stroll. We cheer each other on. And go for the goal. Here, a treasured history meets the energy of a town on the rise. In a place with true heart and soul, and where we have our own special beat. Jamestown, North Carolina, where history and possibility meet.
Could we see the very beginning again where it skipped out?
Remember what it was like to be a kid, to explore and play, to roam free all day. In Jamestown, North Carolina, we get out of the grind and escape into the moment. People feel good here. Let loose here. Eat well here. Feel swell here. We go for a ride or an afternoon stroll. We cheer each other on. And go for the goal. Here, a treasured history meets the energy of a town on the rise. In a place with true heart and soul, and where we have our own special beat. Jamestown, North Carolina, where history and possibility meet.
Thank you.
That's always a good sign. I think you may have seen a few familiar faces there.
Oh, yeah.
One or two. How long is that video?
That was like a 2 minutes.
2? Okay.
We also have a 30-second version too, that would be easier to.
Used for social media and
Yeah.
all the other things. Yeah, there is a 30-second one. We didn't do that up today just because we had a number of things to cover, but we're set to be available.
Yes.
Do you want to say
They
anything
need
else?
to hear you.
Oh, darn it. Okay, all right. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Matthew did ask us to cover all of the things that we delivered, all of the components of the marketing materials that we delivered. So you also have in front of you the messaging guide. We talked about this a little bit the last time that I was here with our other business partner, Andrea, who wrote the messaging guide. But I just wanted to go over a few things that I think are important to know as we sort of close out this contract. So, in addition to the fact that, of course, we want to talk about the language and the messaging and the tagline that's in it, this is a tool. We try to make folks, like you who don't have an infinite budget, self-sufficient. So it's intended to be a resource. And so it, in addition to a lot of setup, it has what we call drag and drop or cut and paste language, so that you can put it into an ad, you can put it into a social media post, you can use it for a radio spot, whatever you might need to do. So this is language that you can use directly. You can use it as a thought starter, as Andrea calls it, so that you have a lot of resources here that should work for you over time. And again, I wanted to mention that all the work that's here and everything that you see is based on that discovery process, so it should hopefully feel authentic to all of you, to you and your community. It's not about Tiger Moth coming in and telling you our impression of Jamestown. It's about our collecting your insights and then reflecting it back to you. So on that note, I did want us to look at a few things in the messaging guide around the actual language.
They need to hear you in the back, though.
I will move back behind the podium. I do want to look very quickly at the page where it says brand DNA at the top. That's marketing language, but all of that really is are some kind of overarching vision, like a basic narrative, and it sets mood and tone and voice and things like that. So this is the kind of thing that we keep in mind when we're working on something like the video. So we wanted the video, of course, to have energy and to feel warm and feel very welcoming. And those are the kinds of things that you see reflected on this brand DNA page. Thank you. And then if you go just to the next page that says the Town of Jamestown narrative at the top. So if you wanted to think about this in terms of the video you just saw again, there's language in here that you saw reflected there. This was also our Bible as we were working on the creative. So, for example, in the very first paragraph up top, you see, in Jamestown, North Carolina, you'll find a deeply rooted sense of place that brings a treasured history with the exciting energy of a town on the rise. So if you don't remember it, when you go back and watch the video again, you're going to hear some of that language that was reflected in the script that we wrote for the video. So that's all in here, okay? So, and then, for example, on the next page where it says brand messages, this is where we take that overarching narrative and start to break it down into smaller themes. So let's say, for example, you would like to do some social media posts to bring people to town for a festival on the weekend. So you're trying to bring people in to spend their dollars shopping and going to restaurants and things like that. So if you look, for example, at that first one, it's all a question of how you want to spend your time. It's got some great language in there. Some are drawn by our distinctively crafted shops and restaurants, where owners carry out their passion projects to the delight of shoppers and diners of all palates. Others are golfers, cyclists, and love the outdoors. Perhaps you are fascinated by our rich historical heritage or the allure of a spooky ghost story. Whatever brings you to Jamestown, you'll find plenty of reasons to stay. Just ask those who call this special town home. So I just want to point that out. Again, drag and drop. You could use that right away in something that you needed to put out, whether an ad or, again, social media, anything like that. So let's see if there's anything else I want to cover here. So you're welcome to, of course, have this copy now. We want you to use it. In fact, the narrative, we often refer to that as an elevator speech. So if you are speaking to a group, if you are standing in line at the grocery store, we'd like for you to sort of internalize some of that language so, that you use it, so that all of you are actually speaking from this. So it goes all the way down to that level. It's really the narrative that we hope that you'll own and use. Okay, so that I want to cover today.
Well, can I ask
Yes,
you a few
ma'am.
things on that?
Yeah.
There's always a critic, right? But back on the brand DNA, on our personality, I keep reading over the words, and they all are great until I go to prudent. And for some, that just turns me off. And I wondered if we should put sensible. It seems to roll off the tongue better than prudent. But like I said, you got 5 people up here, you have 5 different opinions.
Right.
But I don't know why it just doesn't seem to flow.
Yeah.
For me. But then it was funny, on the script, where it talks about people feel good here, let loose here, eat well here, feel swell here. And at first I thought, well, that's mighty 50-ish, but I saw it in the video and it worked in that spot. So I said, well, maybe I didn't give that enough time. But I loved and where we have our own special beat. I love that phrase. And of course, that was in the video.
Yep.
And I love the phrase you had, time has a different meaning here. I love that one. And then just a Jamestown away. I really like that. I don't know if I heard that in there, but I really like that one. And you did come back from the last time we met and brought in a little more about the hometown. I was all about, it's the hometown, and we don't want you just to come to eat and to shop, but to come and live. And I saw you try to incorporate that, and I appreciate that, you doing that.
Yes, absolutely.
That was pretty much all I had to say about that.
Right.
I have a
Actually,
question about, under the Town of Jamestown narrative, the two bold-faced lines, have we corrected the verbiage in that?
So is that the one where it has past meets being present? Yes.
Twice.
So, yeah, so that was one of the tagline options that was not selected. But it does so one of the things that I think we may have talked about is consistency, of course, across the language that you're using or all your marketing materials. So you'll often see things repeated, right? So that, if you would like for that to go away altogether, then of course that can easily be edited out.
Okay.
But of course, this is all designed to be, again, a living, breathing document for you that you can use as you choose. So if that one is something that you particularly dislike, then of course you wouldn't use it. You would use, there's lots of options in here. It really is designed to give you lots and lots of choices. In fact, at the back, there's a long section that has lots of different headline options. So, and those are just, things to get you started, or a variety of ways that you can choose the things that most appeal to you, just as she was pointing out some of the things that really work for her. So, but yes, that certainly can be taken out if it's something you don't want to see anywhere at all. Yeah. And I forgot, I meant to mention again the tagline. We did land on one last time I was here, and that is, we don't have page numbers, but it is where history and possibility meet. You saw it at the end of the video. You're going to see it again in the graphics in just a minute. That is the one that we talked about. We did take the other option out of the tagline section. In fact, I noticed when I got in here, it still says taglines plural because we had options there. But this is the one that we landed on last time I was here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So there is also a document that says Jamestown Graphics at the top. This is what we also talked about when I was here last. If you'll look at the second page, you did select concept 2. We looked at 3 concepts last week. So this is the one that, is kind of a montage of a variety of Jamestown landmarks, but rendered in sort of a, very energetic and youthful style. So we wanted it to feel very lively, kind of with the same feeling and tone as the video, right? So that's the style. You see the original one down there in the left corner, right? That's the original one. One of the things that we did last time, though, was talk about the landmarks that mean something to you, that are meaningful to your community, to make sure that we reflected some of those as best we could get everything in. So the ones that we've got listed up there, the library, the Coffin House, American and North Carolina flags. We updated the downtown storefronts, and we also changed out the train for the steam locomotive. So those are you're going to see in the updated graphic. Oh, I did want to go over the color palette really quickly, because last time we talked about the fact that the color palette, of course, is inspired by your town seal. We did originally have a couple of different ones to choose from, but because we chose that particular concept, we ended up kind of using everything because it's a full-blown illustration. So you see that there, but you can see how nicely it pairs with your town seal. All right, so here's the updated graphic, and I'll just point out the things that changed, right? We do have the library there, you can see in the foreground. We have the little fountain in front. The yellow house is there now. We updated the Little Town storefronts, and you see the steam engine up there at the top. So we also updated the font. So we had something a little different on there before, but we also went with the font that is inspired by your town seal. So that also is consistent. Okay, so you go to the next page, and this is one of the things I think is the most successful really about this particular approach, and that is that it can be broken up in all of these different ways. It gives you a series, right? So you can see some of the ways that we went ahead and broke it up to show you. So these might be flags or posters or whatever. They have some show, the little downtown area. My favorite one actually is the one of the steam engine. It just turned out really nicely when you crop it out. It really feels like it has some momentum. So that one happens to be my favorite. I think the library looks great. So it really does allow you to do a lot of different things with this one original graphic. And if you'll turn to the next page, you can see how it might look, for example, some of those options on the front of a t-shirt. We'd love to see people, around town wearing these, showing their civic pride. And so we thought those would make great shirts. You can also break them up for social media graphics and all kinds of things. These are just some of the options, but we wanted to play it out for you a little bit so you get a sense of what you can actually do with this. Again, it's a very different concept than, say, a logo. It really is a graphic that can be used in a lot of different kinds of ways. I just wanted to mention, one of the other things we did deliver with the contract was a photo shoot. We didn't bring that today because we had a lot of other things to go over. It was from the 4th of July Festival last year. So you also have some photography that can be, folded into, again, ads, social media, things like that. It looks very much like the video. So some of that was shot at that time, at the same time. So that's what we came to share today. I just want to reiterate what David said. We so enjoyed working in the community, getting to know people, getting to feel the place, having many, many wonderful meals. It was a great excuse to come out and spend time in Jamestown. So I thank you very much. We've really enjoyed having the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I think it's swell.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to.
There you go. Well, I said it worked when I saw it. It didn't on paper. I appreciate the changes. Of course, it's still not there, these graphics for me. But we talked about, art is subjective. And I kept trying to put my hands on, in 1997, when we did the UDAP project, and it was a citizen who did these, she did a little, downtown drawing, and we made buttons out of them. And then also in 2016, when we had the bicentennial, the town hired a company to do a logo that we had on different things. And I was wanting to try to get my hands on that, and of course, I've not been able to. Just to add to all the things that we're looking at. It may pull something together. I don't know, but if I can't produce it to you tonight, then it doesn't help you. So, but I love your video, and there were several things in the taglines, like the few that I really mentioned I thought were great. But for me, this just isn't there yet, but I'm one of 4 here, so I'll let them have their say.
Or say?
Well, I liked it before, so. I said, can we switch from freight train to passenger, and that was pretty much it, so.
I like both
Didn't have to move me
versions
too far.
myself, to be honest with you. I think this is great. Thank you.
Do I have a motion, council?
Motion to approve the messaging guide and video for the town of Jamestown's official use.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the public hearings. Anna, would you start us out?
You're going to fight a losing battle. Good luck.
Good evening. The public hearing for annexation was opened on November 16th, 2021, regular meeting. Under General Statute 160A 31, the town received a petition for the annexation of the properties located at 2221 Guilford College Road, 5300 Mackey Road, 2207 Guilford College Road, and 5303 Mackey Road. These three public hearings are on the agenda. The annexation, rezoning, and the development agreement are all dependent on each other. Because of this, the majority of the discussion and presentation from staff and staff representatives will occur during the first hearing, the annexation. As you remember, at the April 19th meeting, the applicant requested a continuation of the hearing to be continued until tonight. A major component of that request was to receive additional information from the ongoing Hazen and Sawyer sewer system study. That study was completed this month, and I'd like to ask our Public Services Director, Paul Blanchard, to share an overview of those results in regards to this property, followed by our Land Use Attorney, Tom Terrell.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We received the sewer study from Hazen and Sawyer on December 10th, and we distributed it on June 10th and distributed it on June 14th. And the work summarized, what was summarized that Hazen and Sawyer did was they created a model of our sewer system based on as-built drawings. We also had some field surveying done in various places just to make sure the accuracy was correct because they were built over different time periods, had different datums. Hazen and Sawyer used sewer gauge data from hydrostructures. Hydrostructures was monitoring depth in sewer manholes during storm events and also rain events, and Hazen used that to do their modeling. They used the preliminary subdivision layout that was provided by D.R. Horton to model future sewer flows. And they looked at 4 different models in this study. They looked at existing conditions under a 2-year storm. That's the worst storm you'd expect every 2 years historically for a 24-hour period. And they also did existing conditions for a 5-year, and then they did future development with a 2-year storm and future development with a 5-year storm. They also found some minor inflow and infiltration issues. They said it was very typical of systems of our size and age, and that's something that we would like to periodically, maybe every 2-3 years, update some studying with Hazen or hydrostructures to see if our inflow and infiltration is changing so that we can get those areas corrected. But the key findings were that prior to developing more than half of the D.R. Horton project as shown on the preliminary plans, that we need to address issues with about 10 manholes in one short segment of sanitary sewer. These features are not on or even, for the most part, close to that property. They're much further down in the system. We're going to start evaluating these issues and add it to the CIP or see if we can do some of it with other sewer improvement projects that we have ongoing. And I don't know if y'all have any questions of me I could address?
Any questions?
So it sounds like the report pretty much said that we could handle, the sewer system could handle that development.
It said that with no improvements, we would meet all their recommendations for about half that development. They didn't split hairs, but they said, but by half build out, we needed to make these following improvements, which was there are about 10 manholes that we need to raise approximately 2 feet so that when we get a surcharge from storm events combined with rainfall, that none of the sewer would leave the system. And then there's one segment of line that we need to make an improvement on. It's a short segment way down in the system.
And raising a manhole, roughly how much does that cost? Of course,
In today's prices,
depends on the manhole.
I would want to estimate $5,000 apiece.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot higher than what we've historically paid.
Yeah.
But these are outfalls, so the access isn't great. It's not the same thing as, in a street or a side yard. These can be in rough areas, topographically. So, we did not, I thought the study was very positive.
Yeah, I was
in
going to
the
say, it doesn't
sense
sound
of
there was a
what-
whole lot there to do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But this is not unexpected or something that is a huge surprise for a development of that size and that nature. It's a kind of commonplace, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I wasn't real surprised with the findings. I didn't know what the findings would be, but I assumed we'd have some issues here and there, and fortunately, they were minor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Tom Terrell, our land use attorney.
Thank you, Paul.
Good evening, Mayor members, Mayor Montgomery and members of the council. I'm Tom Terrell, glad to be here again. In the next few minutes, I would like to summarize the progress or maybe the lack of progress that we have had on the development agreement discussions with D.R. Horton. And I think that a short history would be helpful to understand where we have come from and how we got to where we are today. Now, for a long time, and for as long as the Johnson family's 466 acres were on the table of discussion for rezoning and development, this council has been keenly aware that the conversion of this very large acreage to anything posed several very keen challenges. The character and functionality of this town were at stake. And it's a town, as we all know, that has been here for over 270 years. A recent proposal by Diamondback Investment brought many of these challenges and issues to the surface, and Diamondback's failure or refusal to reasonably address these many issues led to denial of that rezoning application. But not a single reason for denial was the town's unwillingness to see this land develop. The town's statement explaining its reasons for denying clearly embraced this land's development, as long as development included careful planning, forethought, town involvement, affordability, and higher quality than just a large and generic subdivision. Quality is not a self-defining term, but I think it's easy to describe it as being the opposite of what Diamondback had proposed, which was a mass-graded project with 100% vinyl-sided homes, slab-on-grade foundations, minimal, if any, landscaping, no functional open space, no variation in architecture, and clearly such a development did not rise to the level of expectations of the town of Jamestown. So when the town denied the application, Diamondback and its attorneys actually blamed the town for the denial, and they went to the legislature, we all remember this, to have this land taken from Jamestown's control and given to Greensboro, despite a legally binding agreement between these two governments. So when the drastic measure of legislative theft did not work, Diamondback then assigned its rights to develop the property to D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton, speaking at that time through Brad Yoder, approached the town. His message was very clear. D.R. Horton needed to develop the property with a certain amount of density, and that density was 1,500 residential units, and it needed to be able to move quickly to a decision once they purchased the land. Working with interim manager Dave Treem, we came to an agreement. The staff would recommend rezoning to accommodate 100% of D.R. Horton's needed density if, and only if, D.R. Horton, number one, made a commitment to work with the town on matters of quality, and number two, put all of these matters that we agreed to into a development agreement. These understandings were placed in writing. It was not just a verbal handshake. It was actually placed in writing so that D.R. Horton could take that to Texas, to its home headquarters, to justify buying the land. Now, what did this, what I called letter of understanding, say? Now, although Mr. Treem was clear, in fact, he was abundantly clear in this letter that he could not and he did not commit the town council to any decision. He did not commit this town council to any course of action. His letter did acknowledge D.R. Horton's need for 1,500 dwelling units and the town's need for higher quality development. I want to read a few sections and sentences from that letter. Quote, "We emphasized the importance of striking a balance between great urban design and profitability. The town is, quote, very interested in pursuing a quality urban design component that will lead to the creation of a sustainable, breathable, shining example of D.R. Horton's home building in our community. We would anticipate the achievement of this goal through a joint development agreement. An urban architect would be hired to ensure that the profitability and sustainability of such a large subdivision continues to be compatible with the quality of the development that we are expecting." Each one of you has seen that letter and probably still has an accessible copy. Each one of you is also aware that D.R. Horton was given the multi-page statement describing reasons for denying the Diamondback application. And each one of you is especially aware that the town has committed over tens of thousands of dollars to pay one of the country's foremost urban designers to help craft that hard-to-define line between being a production builder and a project that will be a functional, desirable, high-quality community for generations to come. And finally, each one of you is aware that your legislative authority to ignore staff's recommendation and to deny D.R. Horton's application was never at any time compromised. Once D.R. Horton received the letter from Mr. Treem on June 22nd, 2021, a year ago this week, it moved quickly. Closing on the property 10 days later, the town immediately started interviewing urban designers. D.R. Horton filed an annexation petition on August 5th. Less than a week later, newly hired Seth Harry and I spoke to the town council standing here at this podium. Both of us addressed the need to recognize some of the limits of being a production builder. We were tipping our hat to D.R. Horton and acknowledging that they're not a custom builder and the town should not expect them to be such, but at the same time, both of us acknowledged and we expressed that it was our collective written understanding that D.R. Horton would also go beyond its typical standards and produce a higher quality product. At no point during those early months did D.R. Horton deny that its responsibility was to work with Seth Harry and the town to create something of greater quality than a typical D.R. Horton subdivision. D.R. Horton representatives attended the week-long visioning workshop attended by many Jamestown citizens in mid-September of 2021, and they applied for a rezoning to a planned unit development on September 27th after that visioning workshop. Now, to D.R. Horton's credit and to be fair, a few of the layout concepts from that workshop were incorporated into its site plan. On November the 8th, the PUD application was approved unanimously by the Town of Jamestown Planning Board. I should probably say that again, but it received unanimous approval. Anyone who thinks Jamestown was not working with D.R. Horton needs to know this history. An extensive but not yet complete development agreement draft was ready for town review by early January, and in early February, the draft was presented to D.R. Horton. This draft already contained 11 of 12 articles, and it contained several blank spaces which were to be filled in through collaborative discussion. That's how you do this. This is a purpose of having a development agreement. But 2 weeks later, D.R. Horton informed us that it would not even start to review an agreement draft until it was 100% complete. A statement, I will add, that it is completely outside of my experience, and I have probably drafted 25 to 30 development agreements throughout this state since 2005, when legislation made these types of agreements possible. 2 weeks later, we sent another draft, this time with more of the architectural standards fleshed out, in the absence of D.R. Horton's willingness to offer anything itself. It took 6 weeks for D.R. Horton to respond to the initial draft development agreement, a response that we received on March 29. 2 days later, I met with your staff to discuss what we had just received. And we sat around the table in the manager's office and we looked at each other, and I broke the silence. All of them will remember this by saying, and I will just go ahead and quote, "I feel like we've just been told to go to hell." I believe your staff will tell you the exact same thing, that it was a consensus sentiment and it was not uniquely my own. The entirety of D.R. Horton's response was a denial of the original understandings that we had reduced to writing, or at least a denial of their obligations in that written understanding. We told D.R. Horton, quote, "We need to sit down to talk about this." And then to my shock, their answer was, "We're too busy." They asked if we could do it by a phone call. Could we do it by a Zoom? And we said, no, this is a sit-down meeting. We replied that none of those would work, and eventually, on April the 12th, we did sit down in this room for an eye-to-eye conversation of what the town had just received. We told them that we found their response to be a material breach of our agreement. We told them that it had a belligerent, not a collaborative tone. We told them that all they did was to say no, and in that process, demanding that the town negotiate against itself in yet another draft, as if we were so naive to do that. On page 2 of the development agreement response that we got back that had several comments in the margins, they added a comment that reminded the town staff that the town had made a commitment, the staff had made a commitment to recommend 1,500 units. It's important to note that 1,500 unit recommendation was included in the development agreement draft, and it still exists in that development agreement draft. But they conveniently omitted any acknowledgments that they had their own duties within that agreement to achieve something of greater quality. They wrote 13 comments that said, essentially, this is a paraphrase, "We are D.R. Horton, and we're not going to do anything here that we don't do anyplace else." They had 18 comments that explained their refusal to agree because it allegedly raised their cost and lowered their affordability. Notably, however, many of the standards proposed by the town were not pulled out of the air, but instead they were derived from actual visual inspections of communities that D.R. Horton itself has built in this region, 2 of them that they themselves pointed us to as an example of what they did. I would like to give you some examples of some of our suggested standards and their response. Even though we had showed them evidence of brand new vinyl siding in their other subdivisions that had become warped, buckled, or even actually falling off, where it was falling off was on their model home, by the way, they thought it was outrageous that we would say in a development agreement that we expect a higher standard of either of workmanship or a higher quality of vinyl siding so that this does not take place. This is not the type of of look. It's not the type of construction that Jamestown wants or will allow or should allow in its community. They were opposed to landscaping obligations that included true yard trees. They thought it was unreasonable that homes at the end of a block should have more than one tiny little window on the side. And there were comments that had a sarcastic tone. So I'd like to show you at this point some examples to illustrate why staff was concerned with the minimal things that we were trying to do to ensure quality. I don't know if this, but yeah. If you can see this right here, this is brand new vinyl siding that is warped. It shouldn't do that. Go to the next one, please, Anna. Another example, if you can see where I'm pointing right here, this is brand new vinyl siding of a brand new community. Now imagine what would happen if these are the standards and then 5, 10, 15, 20 years passes. This is what will happen. Go to the next one, please. We are concerned about the quality of trees. We're concerned about the fact that the only trees you see in a D.R. Horton subdivision are skinny little trees that grow to about 10 to 12 feet in height. And we're saying that, no, we need some canopy trees in here. And you can put them in yards and put it into the HOA covenants that the homeowner has to maintain them, for which we got tremendous pushback. This is one right here that has been injured or diseased or whatever, and nothing has been done to replace it. Go to the next one. There's only one small tree per 8, if you can even see it right here. It's kind of hard to see. And this is not only in winter, but it's a very, very skinny and thin, and that's per 8 townhomes. Go to the next one. Now, here again is, you know, this home is on the end. It has 2 very small windows. You have some problems with the vinyl siding, and of course, this is the limitation of landscaping that you have. Go to the next one. All right, this is another end home, no trees whatsoever, one teeny window right here, and that is it. We're not asking for the moon. We're asking that the end units that are visible to the world should have more than something that looks like the side of a barn with a little window like that. Go to the next one. This is another one. You see, that's that small window. Essentially, this is an entire house on the end that has no windows whatsoever.
Yeah,
and
I live there. I live there.
Is that your home?
What, no.
Okay.
But I live, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is, but what you're talking about, it's not true to form, sorry.
This is another example, no trees whatsoever. Trees, we've asked for a landscaping plan because trees are what create, you know, we talk about something that's livable and breathable. A good landscaping plan is what helps something continue through generations. I think that might be the last one. Again, there was no recognition in that response that we received of the enormous impact that this project would have on the town. And with due respect to my good friend and my colleague, Mark Isaacson, the attorney representing D.R. Horton, I was also surprised that what is really a legal document had not even touched an attorney's hands. We knew that because there was a comment at the end where we said this is the entire agreement, it's boilerplate language, but the comment in the margin was, we reserve the right at some point to let our attorney review this document. Before the April 12 meeting ended, we told them in unambiguous terms that we considered their response to be a material breach of our agreement and that we would therefore recommend denial at the April 19 Town Council meeting. The April 19 Council meeting was continued although ostensibly it was because they wanted to see what the Hazen and Sawyer study came out with. So what was D.R. Horton's next move? I received a call from a member of the local legislative delegation on May 5th that D.R. Horton and its attorneys were once again lobbying the legislature to take land that's in your jurisdiction and to give it to Greensboro, which they presumed would give them everything they wanted without any responsibilities to create a higher quality, well-designed subdivision. I also learned, based upon how those comments came back to me, that some of the comments that were made to legislators were materially inaccurate. A quick review of the public record showed that neither D.R. Horton nor the Isaacson law firm were registered with the Secretary of State to be lobbyists, even after I had pointed out that omission the last time they tried to engage in legislative piracy. There are potential criminal and civil fines for non-registration. The town and I immediately and properly registered as principal and lobbyist, and we responded to the delegation in writing. Each of you has a copy of that letter, and it is public record. The town and I on May 26, we received, eventually, a revised and amended agreement response from D.R. Horton. This response, which was their second, had the same comments, word for word, in the margin, changed only to add the phrase, quote, "please consider." If D.R. Horton cannot see how that change was received unanimously by staff as unprofessional sarcasm, they need somebody new who is their point person and their spokesman. We replied to their second draft on June 1, and each of you has a copy. D.R. Horton's next move, then, was to approach the mayor of Greensboro, asking her to approach the town on D.R. Horton's behalf. Implicit in the outreach was that Greensboro would be glad to accept zoning control of this critically important property. Now, I was not present at that meeting, but I understand that the meeting was cordial, but it had no outcome. Now, that brings us to the present. In my opinion, you have two options. Now, before I outline what I think are your two options, I would like to make 2 points very clearly. I've said them before, but they deserve repetition. First, the town has fully met its obligations under the June 2021 Letter of Understanding. The town offered the speed that D.R. Horton said it needed, and the town staff recommended 1,500 residential units. Those were the essential elements of what the town staff said it would do for D.R. Horton. It is D.R. Horton that has acted contrary to our clearly stated understanding and caused the delays, and it was D.R. Horton that resorted to strong-arm political maneuvers instead of just doing what they said originally they would do when they wanted to buy the land. The second point is that working with local governments on matters related to land development is how I have lived my life now for the last 37 years. I think I can say with some degree of confidence that I know an unreasonable government when I see one. And I state with a great deal of confidence that throughout this process, the town of Jamestown and the town of Jamestown staff clearly does not fall into that category. To the contrary, Jamestown has acted more than reasonably and has done what it told D.R. Horton it would do. D.R. Horton should not be surprised that the town, in fact, is doing what the town said it would do, or that the town would ask for what it said it would be asking for. So I respectfully now move to what I think are your two workable options. Option one. I don't recommend option one, but this is an option. Option one is to just turn D.R. Horton down because it continues by its action, it continues by its tone to show disrespect to the town, because it continues to forget that it made commitments, and because it has failed or refused to hear on multiple occasions what the town has been saying. Option two, which I do recommend, is to tell D.R. Horton that it has one more chance to take this process seriously, to get its attorney involved in the development agreement, and to accept that they started a journey of collaboration based on certain reciprocal obligations. To exercise this third chance to get this right, I propose giving D.R. Horton an extension. I propose giving them an extension of 90 days to work out details, including offering their own proposed development standards so that the town staff and Mr. Harry can respond to them. To date, as I have said a moment ago, they just refuse to do that, but they want to complain about the standards that we have proposed. You can set a date for a public hearing. If you chose 90 days, I think that is reasonable. It gives us time. And you don't have to re-advertise if you set that date tonight. Now, I do recommend option number two with a caveat. D.R. Horton either needs to replace its point person or its spokesman with somebody else, ideally with its attorney, who has been part of this for some time. And that their attorney is Mark Isaacson. And I had said a moment ago, and I'll repeat it here, Mark is somebody for whom I have tremendous respect. Or replace their current point person and spokesman with anybody else who will show by his or her actions and professional tone and professional demeanor that D.R. Horton is willing to communicate respectfully and collaboratively. Otherwise, if it does not, D.R. Horton must accept that its messenger has been found on more than one occasion by town staff to be part of the problem and just accept the consequences. Mayor Montgomery, I'm glad to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions, Council?
No, just comment. I truly appreciate you laying that out for the public. We have been in it since day one of all of it and know these things that have been going on and on and on and on for the most part. But for you to explain it like that to the public, I think it's clear and concise that we're not just taking whatever they decide they want to give us, that we are being fair and we're abiding by something that as a group we put together, not just this group, but as with them as well. And the fact that they were involved with this from the very get-go in the meetings and all that sort of stuff, to come out and say that we're the ones that are the problem, I'm flabbergasted with those kind of comments from them and have been throughout the process, basically.
I'd be inclined to agree. My biggest concern up till now has been, it seems like we're going into a perpetual circle, and, we keep hearing about, they're waiting for this agreement, in regards to the sewer system, which, in the meantime, what have they been doing other than acting in what I believe is bad faith by trying to go around us and go to the state legislature again? I think that is showing a contempt for this town as well as the people in it. And honestly, if they can get their act together, that'll be great. But
Contempt is a good word.
Yeah.
It's appropriate.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
Good evening again. I wanted to say, just to sort of echo what Lawrence said, that we felt like, as staff, that it was important for the council, and more importantly, for the citizens to understand that the staff, our consultants, and everybody on the council the planning board, have been working very hard, not only over the past year with D.R. Horton, but since the beginning of this project, when it did come to our attention. to ensure that Jamestown gets the very best product from D.R. Horton that the town expects. But I want to elaborate a little bit on how the rezoning process works. Quite often, we hear from citizens, why are you doing this to us? And then, why don't you just tell them, no, I don't want it? And I certainly understand the concerns that the residents have about an impact that this large development will have on the community. We receive requests from potential developers of property. We're not actively going out there and seeking projects. And in this case, the applicant approached us with a request, which we are obligated to hear under the law. To address the second question, why don't you just say, no, I don't want it? Well, there are very real legal consequences by not following the law, which allows for due process for everyone, every applicant. However, if a project does not meet our standards and is not a proper fit, you, the town council, reserve the right, and the town has the legislative authority to deny that rezoning request, which you saw happen with the Diamondback request. This applicant, as well as the former applicant, Diamondback, have both attempted to circumvent the rezoning process by asking that our local legislative, the General Assembly delegation, to remove the property from Jamestown's jurisdiction and place it inside Greensboro. I think the term that Mr. Terrell used was legislative piracy. This is one of the General Assembly's inherent powers, and there is legal precedent that supports the right for the General Assembly to do just that. The council and the staff have treated and will continue to treat this applicant with respect and will continue to offer our hand of collaboration. To not do so would reflect poorly on the town of Jamestown. However, I feel that it's imperative that the public know that we are working diligently to protect our interests on all fronts, while also trying to be very reasonable and accommodating to the owner of what is arguably one of our most critical undeveloped pieces of property. As Mr. Terrell did state, there is a decision to be made, and that decision is dependent on how the applicant wishes to proceed. Should the applicant desire to start working together in a collaborative fashion, we, the staff, stand ready to work with them. We respectfully request that the council consider continuing this public hearing until the September 20th, 2022 regular meeting, which would allow the applicant ample time to provide requested feedback to our request on the development agreement. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
It's my understanding that Mr. Isaacson was not able to be here this evening on behalf of the applicant. Is Ryan Motes here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Motes, and I'm with D.R. Horton, address 4150 Mendenhall Oaks Parkway, High Point, North Carolina, 27265, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you tonight. Just wanted to say a couple quick things before I get into a statement, but just regarding all of the issues with the brand-new homes, that is a warranty issue, and there are flaws in homes from time to time, and when they're found, we do fix them. And so that just needs to be understood. I mean, a brand new home, you know, there can be issues, and then like I'm saying, they are under warranty. We have a warranty department. They come out and they fix it. But past that, while we respectfully disagree with the vast majority of what the town's attorney has said, our attorney was not able to attend tonight, as you know, and we feel that it would be more appropriate to have these conversations with him present. We are eager to see the completion of the development agreement so that we fully understand the town's request as D.R. Horton continues to strive to develop a sustainable and affordable community. Per the town's posted agenda tonight, we look forward to the council's continuance of this case. Thank you.
Did you have any questions, council?
Yeah, I've got
I do.
one. You work for D.R. Horton's, and they've sent you to give the statement. You're used to their way of working, their way of making decisions, that sort of thing?
I'm sorry, what?
You're accustomed to and understand their way of making decisions,
Yes, sir.
business decisions. What gives them the right to take away that property or think that they can take away that property and give it to Greensboro?
As I've said, we would prefer our attorney to be here tonight. He couldn't make it. We didn't have a whole list of these things. We wish he could have been here, but we'd like to have him present with those conversations.
You started your statement out with, and I don't know the exact wording, but that you disagree or they disagree with everything he said.
Not everything, sir, but.
How could they
there-
disagree with
there
any
are-
of it?
There are some things in there, and again, please, we can talk to our attorney about that. I mean, I'm
Well,
saying.
you've made a public statement that you disagree with what's being said. Is there any specifics? I mean, you said a lot, but you're saying that D.R. Horton disagrees with all of it.
Well, we could just say that vinyl, that was a big issue. And as I've said, we have a warranty department. They will fix those things. As he said, it was a brand-new home. There are issues with materials from time to time. And that's one thing, where it comes out like this, and I apologize to the lady up there who said looks like her home or whatnot, where it seems like the town was kind of putting that in a negative light. I'm sorry. I apologize, but it did sound like. What's that?
My HOA fixed.
Okay, there you go.
problem.
There you go. There you go.
That don't mean that Horton will.
If it's under warranty, we would.
Ryan,
Yes.
address the council. We don't,
I'm
public
sorry.
comment will be here in
Sorry.
just a
Sorry
second,
about
okay?
that. Yeah. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around this because, Lawrence asked the question earlier, I'll put it a different way. We've acted in good faith as a legislative body and as a town to try to come up with the best solutions possible to work collaboratively with D.R. Horton. I fail to understand, and you made the initial comment that many of these things you disagree with. Attorney or not, the act of going to the state legislature, trying to go to a neighboring town to take away what is part of Jamestown proper is, I'm sorry, that is inappropriate. And I don't care if the attorney's here or not. I would like an explanation to that. What have you been doing with your time? And what is going on with this? Because this is silly.
We'll need to speak with our attorney about that, and if the town can share our comments, maybe that would help kind of explain the differences.
Haven't you been involved in the discussions up until now?
Yes, sir.
And as such, do you not think that you can speak to some degree of authority with this at this point?
I would
Is it
appreciate,
your
I
handwriting
would,
on the documentation?
I understand, I appreciate that. I would
you do.
appreciate have those conversations with our attorney. Your attorney was speaking tonight, and we weren't aware that it was going to be this, and.
It's been posted, and we've had the same meetings, we've had the same discussions, we have extended this for you time and again, so I'd like to better understand.
What do you think we were going to do tonight?
What do you think we're going to do tonight? I mean, we're not serving drinks.
Yeah.
I don't think
Continue
any
the
of
case,
Tom's meetings-
to continue the case as we have, because we still have not received a full draft of the development agreement. And we have made comments, but we're told that, our comments aren't very, we've sent in comments and that our comments just aren't really being.
I mean, what comments have you given, and in good faith, what exactly is the discussion? Help me understand that.
Again, I would prefer my attorney to be here tonight.
So you're unprepared to speak tonight about any of this stuff?
I am. I made that statement, but to get into these details, I would prefer to have my attorney.
Well, or may I ask you
Please.
a question? Would 90 days be sufficient time for you to complete the development agreement comments and have an actual presentation for the council?
I think we could. It's something that if that's your suggestion, then we would definitely look into that.
But you can't say 90 days is enough.
I would need to, this is the first time I'm hearing that proposal, and so I would need to take it back and see about the possibilities of that.
We're celebrating a year of discussions with D.R. Horton at this point. I mean, how much time do you need?
I understand, sir.
I would just like to better understand that, because, everybody here would like to hear that.
I understand.
What have you been doing the last 6 months?
We've been working.
On what? Besides going to the state legislature?
Our attorneys asked for the information. We've not gotten any of it, so
I appreciate it. We'll need to further these conversations with our attorney present.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
At this point, I will open the floor to anyone who would like to speak concerning this public hearing. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. State your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Janina Austin, and I live at 403 Thornwood Road in Cedarwood, one of the ETJ communities. I would just like to say that, well, I would like to say a lot of things, but I mean, we all wish that Mark Isaacson could be here too. We're all here. We made time. He had to disappoint somebody, and he chose to disappoint us. And I think that the consequences for the client, who has wasted the town's time for a year, should be that their continual wasting of the time is not permitted, that they don't get a 90-day extension after 2 tries of being unprofessional and sarcastic to the attorney the town is paying on behalf of the taxpayers of Jamestown. It's frustrating to me that we all knew what D.R. Horton's product was before they got the opportunity to make this development. And instead of taking the opportunity to elevate their game and do the best work they can, they're being dismissive and disrespectful of your time and ours. I'd rather be home with my children right now. I'm sure all of them would rather be spending time with their family. But here we are in the middle of a pandemic, again, giving D.R. Horton another chance again. When will we call it quits? There are certainly developers who can do a good job and comply with the minimal standards that you all have laid out so eloquently. You don't need to be tolerating this disrespect. And I was going to come over here and talk about what I thought was important for the actual development plan. But you all have heard me say that before, and I think that right now the decision before you is, do we move forward with D.R. Horton, who's acted in bad faith? Do we just continue to take their abuse? I mean, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So I suggest you decline their request for a 90-day extension. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Hi, my name is William Yaner at 4629 Jamesford Drive, just up the street. I just want to point out the irony, if y'all might have noticed, between the marketing of our town, well done, and the image that is portraying, the quality of the life that is portraying, versus what this corporation is trying to do. And the two are in direct contrast with each other. That is Jamestown. That's the history, the culture, the people. That's y'all, okay? And secondly, I want to thank you for having the gumption to stand up to this corporation. It's not easy. It's not easy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Elizabeth Van Horn, and I live at 604 Thornwood Road, Jamestown, in Cedarwood Division. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to say a couple of words. The idea that the beautiful marketing video was displayed tonight is absolutely synchronous with the purpose and the importance of this meeting. The video talked about a deeply rooted sense of place. There was a lot of language about history invoking history. The video portrayed a small town feel. Get out of the grind. The language included, get out of the grind, escape into the moment. People feel good here. There was a lack of crowds other than the music festival. There were nature parks, green spaces, a family of deer, wide open spaces. The video invoked or talked about a treasured history, and the tagline is where history and possibility meet. How would this video look if it portrayed the 620 townhomes and the 282 houses built on 300 acres? with no green space, no variation in the housing, no visual appeal. I ask each of you, would you want to live in that neighborhood? Would you choose a house there? We need a plan that respects the people, that respects the earth, that respects the green space and the wildlife, that considers the environmental impact. That environmental impact includes car emissions, noise, waste, refuse and sewer, water use, runoff, and the impact on schools, fire department, police, ambulances. Some solutions bring more problems than they bring benefits. We are currently in the phase of possibility. The tagline was, where history meets possibility. Possibility is a magical place. It's where anything can be realized. My goal here tonight is to encourage you to consider your possibilities. Therefore, a better plan can be realized. A plan that is more respectful, has a more respectful design, more respectful to the people that will live there, to the town that will encompass, and to the earth. This high-density development does not represent the current quality of life marketed as Jamestown of today, and it should not become the Jamestown of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have anyone else who would like to speak?
I'm too short. My name is Cynthia S. Smith. I live at 122 Ganaway Street. I've only lived here 5 years, approximately. And the reason why I chose Jamestown is because the unique, less populated area. The people are friendly. Okay, they can serve the people that lives here. When you get into disrespect for the board, as saying, like, go to hell, that is disgusting, okay? I do not think that is the correct terminology to present to this board. And I am a retired nursing professor. Okay, I think of healthcare. What are you going to do with all these people here? We don't have enough teachers now. What are you going to do for teachers? Schools, which has been discussed, crime, the overpopulation of people. What are you going to do about that? Now, I know you mentioned the quality versus quantity. Which one is it? Tell me, is it quality or quantity? How does it go together? This is this board's decision. I could have lived anywhere here, but I chose this area because of what it is. I taught at UNC Chapel Hill, and man, was that a big place. And I didn't like it, okay? But this fitted me and all my neighbors, which is great people. Great people. And I think you're going to run into a lot of issues with this. And I really do not like going over your heads to the Senate. I've spoken directly to the Senate myself, representing university and community colleges. And that is another disrespectful item to this committee. So I would highly recommend you not even giving them 90 days. I think they've already offended you enough. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Donna Peterson, 105 Tandy Court. We lived in, technically, I guess, the postal zip code 27282 off of Dillon Road for several years and moved into Forestdale East. I think it was 1984. And we chose just to move across the way because our son didn't want to have to change schools. And I've been really interested in the fact that Jamestown has become an AARP community, certified AARP community. So it made me think about the people in Forestdale East. Many of them are my age. I'm 71. And a lot of the people that I know there would like to continue to live in Jamestown in a townhome where most of the home is on the first level or all of it is on the first level. And just in the last month, my sister moved here from New Mexico, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Townhome all on one level. Well, 2 months ago, there were only 80 homes in Guilford County on the market, just 80. So we have that housing crisis right now. But if you're looking for something like a townhome, forget it. There was two for sale in the last 2 months, all on one level. And fortunately, they were able to purchase one of them. But it looks like in this new development, there isn't anything that's all on one level. And if we think that we're an AARP community, I think we need to be promoting housing that people who need to be all on one level can live in and find and buy. And it doesn't seem like the agreement that we have with D.R. Horton is expecting that. So I'm hoping that when the decision is made not to continue to work with them, that we can make an adjustment in the plan so that we can really be an AARP community, and the people who live in Jamestown now can continue to live in Jamestown when they need to move to a different type of housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am one of those people that Robert spoke of earlier. Trish Kirby, 131 Thora Drive. I live in Weddington Hall. Some of you know my name, obviously. First, I wanted to thank you guys for standing up to that, because that was awesome, and it made me proud that you are the council. I just want to say, everybody said pretty much everything before me, and I do agree with the irony of the video we watched, talking about the small town, why we moved here, and you guys are looking at, not you guys, I know, it's going to be built up, but they're looking at making it huge, and I feel like we're going to lose what you're trying to sell, and it's going to go in the opposite direction. We chose Jamestown because it was small, and I really hope it stays that way, and I know growth is going to happen, but I feel like they are the new Diamondback, and we're looking at all the same problems again, and that would be bad. And another thing, really the only thing I wanted to say is just do yourselves a favor and Google Horton lawsuits. Please. There are pages upon pages of them. And also the mass violations, both environmental and OSHA, dating back to 2004. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll return the conversation to council. Council, do you have any comments? It can be publicized.
I'm disappointed.
Extremely.
In a number of ways, but for as long as that we've given them continuance after continuance, and staff has worked with them, the original stuff that we started out with, their participation in all the different sessions that we went through with Seth and everybody else, and all the input, that they send a messenger to just give a statement that was pre-written that had nothing to do really with what was being said tonight. It's very disheartening in that we've done everything that they've accused us of not doing to the legislators, and it's just disheartening.
Again, I agree. I think that, you know, it may not have been communicated directly, but there's a contempt here towards this group, the people, the town. You know, I struggle with this as far as the additional 90 days, the additional 90 minutes. I mean, we're in a year at this point. The only thing that stays my hand a little is that we're right back to ground zero if we just decide that we're not going to go the additional 90 days. I'm not a big fan of the 90-day thing based on where we're at. I feel very strongly about it. I think that based on all the discussions we've had up until now, I mean, if we were to, and again, I'm just asking, but if we were to go with the 90 days, there's no reason why we could not, if it was not up to snuff at that point, we could move forward at that point on making a decision to decline, correct?
Correct.
I think some of the irony as well, to your point, to all the points, is that we gave them the opportunity of doing away with the year wait so that they could come to the table with something. And that was at their request. And now we're into it almost a year, and we're still the only ones that have put forth anything. I'm not opposed to doing the 90 days because then it's, okay, you've had ever how long that's going to be in months, and that's going to be the end. Start working with the staff. Stop being disrespectful to the staff and start doing the things that show collaboration and show some transparency.
Yeah, I think, the one thing that stands out to me as far as that's concerned is just that I don't want there to be one thing that can be said to the state legislature that gives any type of leverage to D.R. Horton when it comes to thinking that they can take our property. And, if we do that, or if we shoot it down now, I just think that it's to our advantage to say the 90 days makes sense for that one reason. Because I don't want them to have 1 ounce of, that we did anything contrarian whatsoever.
Well, I go on the advice of our land use attorney, who, and that is, even though we have the 2 options, he strongly suggested that we do option 2 and continue it for 90 days and give them one last effort to work as a partner with Jamestown instead of trying to not take us seriously and think that that's okay, and that's not okay.
I tend to agree to go along with our attorney's advice, and if somebody wants to pay that amount of money for a piece of property and then just pay taxes on it while it sits there, that's up to them, but that's what it'll be. I'm fine with the 90 days. I think that also the amount that we've invested financially as a board, as staff, as citizens who all took part in that great, week-long workshop, and, we've all got a lot invested in this, and ideally it can be people who are around that table who would want to move forward, but, I agree, if within 90 days there's been no movement there, we have absolutely no reason not to deny at that point.
If I could just ask one more thing, and this directed towards Tom and Beth as well. Is anything since your statement, whether it's the public or whether it was the messenger or anything that we've discussed, is there anything that's changed your mind, or is there anything you want to add to the discussion at this point?
No.
Okay. Beth, do you have anything that you would like to add?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
I'd like to say one thing before I ask for a vote, and that is I commend our staff and our council for continuing to take the high road to conduct themselves as professionals and to abide by the law of the land. And I appreciate all of you. And now I would like to entertain a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to September 20th Town Council meeting at 6 p.m. in the Civic Center without further advertisement.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Anna, would you like to move to the rezoning request portion of these public hearings? And we're going to follow the same procedure. I will open the public hearing to anyone who wants to speak and then return to council. Because these are all related, we will continue each of them with a motion from the council.
Okay.
A petition for rezoning was received and reviewed by Planning Board. The public hearing was opened at the January 25th, 2022 regular meeting for the consideration of the rezoning of the parcels located at 2221 Guilford College Road, 5300 Mackey Road, 2207 Guilford College Road, and 5303 Mackey Road from agricultural to planned unit development with a development agreement. As staff has discussed at previous meetings and tonight, this rezoning request will also include the adoption of a development agreement.
Thank you, Anna. Is anyone in the public wish to speak at this time? Seeing none, I'll return to council. Do we have a motion?
I move to continue the public hearing to September 20th Town Council meeting at 6 PM in the Civic Center with no further advertisement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Anna, the development agreement portion.
Petition, ooh. There's a lot of things here.
Like
Petition. Petition for a rezoning and development agreement was received and reviewed by Planning Board. Public hearing was opened at the January 25th, 2022 regular meeting for the consideration of the rezoning of the parcels located at 2221 Guilford College Road, 5300 Mackey Road, 2207 Guilford College Road, and 5303 Mackey Road from agricultural to planned unit development with a development agreement. This public hearing is for the consideration of a development agreement.
Thank you. Would anyone in the audience like to speak concerning this matter? Seeing none, we will return to council.
Just need a motion, or we?
Do I have a motion?
All right. Motion to continue the public hearing to the September 20th Town Council meeting at 6 PM in the Civic Center.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Judy, would like to have a public hearing concerning the budget.
Mayor, take a break for 5 minutes.
Okay, before Judy comes up, would you like to have
Recess?
a recess for
Yes,
5
please.
minutes?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you. We'll resume the meeting at this point. Judy, would you discuss the budget and CIP, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We're pleased to present the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023. The budget was prepared in accordance with the North Carolina General Statute, Chapter 159, the North Carolina Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act. All funds within the proposed budget are balanced, and all revenues and expenditures are identified. The proposed budget for 22-23 totals approximately $18 million for all town operations. The budget excluding interfund transfers amounts to approximately $16 million. This represents a 53% increase from the 21-22 budget. In a large part of that increase is capital projects, capital improvements. $2.9 million will be expended for the water sewer fund to pay for the town's portion of Riverdale Pump Station expansion project. There are other capital projects and purchases which also contribute to this increase. The capital projects can be found in our CIP, or the Capital Improvement Program. Capital items tied to the town's strategic plan, which was adopted with a long-term vision of outcomes and goals. There was a revaluation of property values performed this year within Guilford County. This resulted in values approximately 24% higher than in prior year. We did calculate a revenue-neutral tax rate, and that amount would be 0.4687 per $100 evaluation. The current tax rate, which is 0.485 per $100 value, is what is presented in this budget. We are also proposing to increase the water rate by approximately 3.17% over the previous year's rate. This is due to an increase of 3.5% in the rate from the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority and a 4% increase from the City of High Point. The town purchases water from both of those entities. We're also requesting a sewer rate increase of 7.59% because we are receiving an 8.25% increase from the City of High Point for the treatment of our sewer. The expenditure categories, we'll talk about that a little bit. The personnel, this is salaries and benefits expenses. This represents 21% of the total budget. This budget is asking for a 3.75% cost of living increase and a 0 to 3% merit increase for employees, as well as a 0.5% increase in the 401k contribution. Supplies and materials, this accounts for 7.9% of the total budget. Contractual services accounts for 25.5% of the budget. Other operating expenses, 5.2%. Capital outlay is 37.2%. And then debt payments, long-term commitments with other governments make up the remaining 3% of the budget. Are there any questions that I can answer?
No, again, I would just like to point out, for those that didn't hear at one time before, or a couple of times before, that the water and sewer rate increases are strictly a pass-through, that they are additional costs that the town is carrying or receiving from our suppliers, and we're passing it through. It's not that we are going up on the rate.
Yes, that is true.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time?
Not at this point.
Thank you, Judy. At this point, we will open the public hearing to the floor for anyone who would like to speak concerning the budget, the proposed budget, and the CIP for the coming fiscal year.
Robert Frederick, 500 Windwood Drive. It's another year, and another year of overestimate of expenses. For the last 10 years or so, as far back as I can find good data, Jamestown has only spent about 80 cents on every dollar that it's budgeted. About 80 cents per dollar budgeted. So when we talk about balanced budgets with revenue equaling expenses, you're only spending 80% of what it is that you said you were going to. But your revenue, which is our tax dollars, well, 100% of that, or 99% of that, comes in. And that's what you're basing your tax rate on, year after year after year. So this past year, for example, you budgeted $5.8 million of the general fund. You only spent $4.9 million of the general fund, and you ended up with $950,000 extra tax money sitting in your bank account, losing value. However, with these balanced budgets, you're underestimating your revenues. Last year, you budgeted receiving $4.9 million. You actually got $5.2 million, and you ended up with $250,000 extra dollars. So your overall amount in minus your amount out was over $1 million. Again, going into taxpayer money, going into Jamestown bank accounts and certificates of deposit, and losing money. So now you want to have a higher tax rate on property that's worth more because it's being reassessed, when you're not even spending 80% of what it is you've been budgeting for the last 10 years? Madam Mayor, you're an accountant. A client who says, I want to save money like crazy, this is what you'd do. You'd say, okay, we're gonna set your expenses and your revenue, and we're gonna make a 20% difference, and you're gonna save money and you won't even know it. But this is our tax money. This is money coming out of our pockets. I'd rather use my own money, thank you, than have it sit losing value in Jamestown's bank accounts. Because when I see and look at the huge increase in this year's budget, I don't understand what you're spending it on. Because unlike previous years, not minus the last two, but unlike previous years, this budget's only 10 pages. And the important part's only 3 pages. In past years, your budgets were 50 pages or more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll return to council. Council, any further discussion?
Well,
Go ahead.
I would just like to say, I want to thank the staff for all their hard work on the budget. It was a hard budget. Last few years have been hard, but this one was hard with so many unknowns. And then the funds that kept changing on how they could be used and all the different things. So, but I also appreciate all the meetings that we had, because we have looked at this budget and worked on it for many months and had many workshops. And so I feel confident in the budget that has been presented tonight. I'm satisfied with it.
I feel the same way. The main thing I want to point out is just that we've heard a good bit of talk about land assessment and properties being reassessed as far as their values. This is not something that Jamestown thought it was a great idea to do. This happened at a larger level. And the things that we've been doing since have been downstream effects of that. I think it's important to note that just so that there's some clarity as far as what's actually happening within Jamestown proper versus what's happening around us that we have to react and respond to, not the least of which has been the last couple of years. One other thing I'll point out, historically, as somebody who sat in the audience for many years before I was ever on the council, it used to be said that the problem with the budget was there were so many pages it was hard to understand. And now there's 10 pages. And it seems to me that that's much more comprehensive and easier to understand. Just thought I'd point that out.
Well, I'm a taxpayer as well, and I've seen what the staff has put together, and I can appreciate what the speaker had to say. I'm of the opinion that in several different instances that lower taxes are better. And again, you know, families can spend it on their own. I understand that. We are faced with service increases. We are faced with changes in things that this town has done historically, and they're going to cost more money. Do I want to pay for it? No. Does it need to be paid for? Yes. Am I going to pay for it? Yes. But I appreciate what the staff has put forth, and knowing that, you know, they're delivering something that we've all got to answer to when we vote, but as well, we got to pay it.
Yep.
So.
And I agree, you know, everything that the staff has done, really just over the past few years, seeing how hard other communities have been hit, and the things that they aren't able to do and things they've had to pull out of their budgets, whereas we, because we've really stayed consistent with, you know, saying what we need and getting the tax money for it, and, you know, sometimes that has to be moved from year to year. Sometimes, like, unfortunately, you know, with the Parks Maintenance Building, you know, it just as anybody who has had any work done on their home or anything like that can tell you, things jumped, you know, and that's how we're seeing it's going to be. I think we're really fortunate to be able to meet that need, and instead of just saying, well, sorry, guys, you're going to have to stay in a subpar building for another few years, you know, we should be proud that we're able to pay for that and move forward. I think it's good to have money for a rainy day.
It's part of being home. That's what Jamestown keeps its standards high, and it's by taking care of what we've got.
That's true. Do I have a motion, council?
I move to adopt the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 and adopt the rate schedule, adopt the resolution adopting the CIP as well.
Second. I'm sorry.
This is a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Councilmember Capes?
Aye.
Councilmember Strawn?
Aye.
Councilmember Rayburn?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Matthew, would you continue with the adoption of the Town of Jamestown updated strategic plan?
Yes, thank you. And before we continue, I just want to say thank you very much for your comments about our staff. This is quite honestly the finest staff I've ever worked with. They all take a tremendous amount of pride in the service that they provide to the citizens of Jamestown. They do it as a matter of public service, and they do it in a very frugal way. They treat the town's financial resources as if they were their own. So thank you very much for recognizing the staff for that. At this time, I would ask you to consider the adoption of our strategic plan. As you know, this is a multi-year representation of our town's mission, and it aims to serve as a roadmap for both our staff and the council over the next 3 to 5 years. This plan is an outgrowth of council and staff input from earlier this year, as well as several pre-existing documents, which further defines our strategic priorities. The Town Council and the staff met here in this room on June the 6th to discuss and review the current strategic plan, and the plan in your packet reflects the input received from the council, and we respectfully request adoption of the strategic plan for 2022. Do you have any specific questions about that plan?
The only thing I had, Matt, was on the, I thought when we talked about, maybe this is just understood, on the focus area outreach and involvement, goal 3, seek marketing opportunities to promote Jamestown.
Yes.
I think we had talked about being in the budget for a professional brochure to be created for the clubhouse rental space for special events.
And that can be an outcome
That's
that's related to that.
As an item, or that's just included in there?
It would be included in that sort of a umbrella of
Just wanted
marketing
to be
opportunities.
sure that that was one of the things we're going to work on.
Yes, one of the other items that we have in here is to have the golf course do a strategic
Yes,
plan. And
right.
I want to, hear what the consultant has to say about all of those opportunities.
Yeah.
So definitely that will be included.
Yeah, that's awesome, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Sure. Motion to adopt the Town of Jamestown's strategic plan.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much to Anna for all of her graphic work on that strategic plan. It is beautiful.
Definitely. Moving to new business, Matthew, we've got approval of a special event permit request.
Yes, the Friends for an Earlier Breast Cancer Test, as I see in your packet, there's the nation's only nonprofit breast cancer organization that's exclusively focused on identifying earlier detection tests for breast cancer. Their mission is to identify a biological test that will detect breast cancer at its earliest stages. And over the past few years, they have awarded over $4.5 million to fund seed grants at institutions across the country and around the world. They are proposing to host a 5K, dog walk, and 1-mile fun run that will help benefit their mission. The applicant and I have been sort of missing each other in voicemails over the last couple of days, but they've been working with the town and specifically with Scott Coakley and his group to help secure the use of Wren Miller Park as a site for their 2022 event. There are a couple of outstanding questions related to the use of their route. It extends onto Guilford Road, but that's a DOT roadway, and I feel that we can still work around that and still find out the necessary permitting processes that we need to do with DOT to allow them to utilize that route. But that is usually handled a little bit closer to the time of the event, and they're under a 60-day window for us to consider it as a part of our special events request process. So that being said, I feel like everything else is complete. The one thing that they do need to do is to work with us to just make sure that DOT is okay with the process of shutting down a portion of the roads that they can utilize that. I would request that the town also consider waiving the fees associated with the provision of 2 staff members and the use of our sanitation truck to collect solid waste for their event as outlined. And if it's appropriate, the conditionally approve the special events request that we have before you, subject to those conditions that are imposed by DOT.
Quick question, law enforcement support?
They are going to be hiring off-duty law enforcement to handle all of their routing, yes.
Good.
Oh, of course, in here, it says it's a sample certificate
That's
of
correct.
liability insurance, but I would just say, also maybe another condition is that they submit a current
Absolutely.
certificate of liability.
Right, they just wanted you to know that they have the ability to go ahead and get that. They would not pay for it until they got a conditional approval from us to move forward.
Got it.
Yes.
Do we have enough barrier devices to shut down a 5 mile or
The routing that they would use, I believe so, yes, because the intersections would be fairly few. They're using, the majority of that length is Guilford Road. So I believe that we could handle that without a problem.
Thank you.
It's good that they have someone that's going to clean up the poop for the dogs.
Yes,
That was a condition on
that's
these have
extremely
horses.
important.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Do they have a date for this? It just says TBD.
Yes, I apologize. It
Nine-
is September the
Yep,
6th.
16th.
16th, thank you.
6 PM and then 6:10 for the dog walk.
Yes, I know, yep, September 16th, 5 to 7:30. And that does not conflict with any other uses at the park, so.
Good. You need a motion?
Need a motion, and if you will include the conditions imposed by NCDOT and a insurance certificate.
Gotcha, okay. Motion to approve the special events permit request subject to any conditions imposed by NCDOT, as well as the production of an insurance certificate, and to provide up to 2 staff members and the town's sanitation truck for solid waste collection.
Could I add one amendment to that it's approved by Beth?
And that is approved by Beth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. And Matthew?
Thank you. In your packet, you have a copy of an updated facility use policy for the Jamestown Park Clubhouse. And as we review these from time to time, it becomes necessary to update them. The attached policy addresses the uses of the park clubhouse facility, and specifically the changes related to rates for cleaning, event host wages, security detail wages. And in addition, it also makes it clear what types of activities are permitted and which are prohibited, the policies for refunds of deposits, and the limits of liability insurance required. You have a copy of the updated document. Do you have any specific questions or comments on that?
Yeah, I have a few.
Okay.
Don't mind. Of course, you have on the front here your facility use guide, and for information or to book an event, that contact information. But then on your first paragraph, it ends with, please contact the town hall staff if you have any questions. So I just wondered, do we really want them to call the town hall, or they call the pro shop? And if so, we should put that name and number and contact information there for them.
I will.
Does that make sense?
Notate, yes, it actually does, it's an anachronism. Let me notate that to make a change to pro shop.
Excuse me.
Pro shop staff.
And then there's a section where you talk about catering services, and you
Yes.
speak of a list of approved caterers for the clubhouse. I think it'd be good to attach a list of those approved caterers to this.
Okay. Appendix. I know that changes from time to time. I would ask that if we do that, it is an appendix that's able to be changed by Ross.
Yeah, and you put your date on it as of whatever date. This is
Sure.
the approved ones.
Could that be organized with the civic organizations that typically use the civic center?
Absolutely.
So there's not something we just pick out of the air and they're like, well, we've used this person.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Then here as well, it's on page 5, I guess, of the actual application. I just was going to clarify something where it talks about access to the facility is only allowed on the day of the event, which I get. But what I was reading, it says if the user needs to occupy the facility for planning or rehearsal purposes, it must be planned in advance and calculated in the cost of the rental. So what I was thinking, let's say if I'm planning my next wedding and I go up there and I bring my wedding planner in, it's during operations during the day, but I just want to take a picture, I just want to make a sketch.
Sure.
And just show them where my stuff is. I shouldn't have to pay.
No, that's,
Now, if I want to have my rehearsal there the night before, yes, I would have to.
that is not the intent. The intent would be that if there were any cost to be incurred, like,
Yeah.
if
I'll be your
you
flower
did a
guy.
dry run of your wedding. You
And
getting married?
that's all that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know. I have to call Ross and see if I can reserve those clubhouse.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
I don't know if we can follow that one up.
We do.
Any further discussion?
No?
Do I have a motion, council?
I would make a motion to adopt with the changes we just said, the Jamestown Park Facility Use Guide as presented and amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
I did make note of those changes, and I will make those in the document for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One more item?
One more item. The town has received an offer to purchase a piece of property, and I have the description here. It's parcel number 160253, and which has a property address of 304 R1 East Main Street. It is a just over half an acre of land that actually stretches behind where Flares is, southwards to where Triad Door Service and River Twist the properties are. It's a landlocked piece of property that the town owns. It does have a water line through the middle of it. We had looked at it at one point for use in some capacity to provide parking areas for the public. It is landlocked, so we don't have actual access to that, and the most logical access to that, the one that actually works from an engineering standpoint, is through the bank property. We approached the bank, and the bank was not interested in allowing us to purchase a piece of property or an easement to access it. Either way, we did receive a proposal to purchase that piece of property from Mr. George Ragsdale. He did offer $15,200. Tax value on the property is $7,600. He does have an email in your packet that explains his reasonings for that. And I just want to say that there are a couple of options here before the council. You could, deliberate about it and say, no, we're not interested in selling at this time. Two, you could say, I'd like for the town manager to go back and offer a different price, a higher price. Or you could accept the purchase price, and then there's a prescribed process for you to go through, which includes an upset bid time frame. So I believe the town attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a 10-day process for that upset bid, and then you would entertain new bids, which would reset the 10-day process. We go through re-advertisement. I am welcome to hear from you. You give me direction on what you would like for me to do, and also Beth is here to answer any questions about the process.
Is there any reason why we have to do anything with the property at this time?
Technically, no. That's the answer to that.
Okay. Short and sweet to the point.
If the property's sold with the water line and power line, I thought I read that as well. Obviously not the power line, but the water line's ours. If something goes bad with that water line, we're going to have to pay for access to get in there and do any kind of work to it. And
So my recommendation, and what we would do is, if it were to be sold, is we would go through the process of placing easements over those. It would take some title work to do that, make sure that the easements are in place. Going forward, we would have access, we already have access to the water line through another piece of adjacent property, so that if something were to break or needed maintenance, we can get to it.
And option number 4, where it talks about the upset bid process, what's our advertising standard for something like that?
I'm going to defer that to Beth.
You have to advertise one time in the newspaper. So I would suggest that if you're inclined to accept any offer or negotiate or whatever you want to do, I would suggest that you make as a part of the offer that the buyer has to pay the advertising costs, because in the event of an upset bid, that rolls. So you have to keep, if you get an upset bid, then you have to re-advertise that. So you can run up some advertising costs.
Yeah.
So I would just suggest that we make that part of any offer that you would be inclined to accept.
Good call.
Very good.
Anything to add?
Well,
I don't see a reason to sell any of our property.
Yeah, I was
Don't
just
either.
going to say, what John has said, though, really is that there's no reason for the town to sell at this time.
Exactly.
And I worry about, like I say, you need to be able to maintain the water line back there. And often it's an emergency situation. We just thought that we'd call and ask for permission. Sometimes you got to go when it's there. So I would be inclined just to, reject all offers to sell at this time.
I think his comment was, I guess it was his comment, that he wants a buffer. Well, isn't it a buffer as it stands? I don't know. Would it not be?
Correct.
I think, Councilman, that the issue would be control of the buffer.
Gotcha.
I was going to say the same thing.
Oh.
Okay.
But you're correct.
I personally think, well, I'll just put it out there. I'll make a motion to direct the town manager to not entertain any offers or to sell at this time.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have your manager's report ready?
And finally, yes. So the town council will be hosting the planning board in a joint meeting here on Monday, the 27th at 6 p.m. We would like to hear again from our land use attorney, Tom Terrell, regarding short-term rentals. These are Airbnb, VRBO type. Those are specific business models that are used for short-term rental. The public is invited to attend, or you can certainly listen to it on our YouTube channel if you're watching from home. He is going to go through all of the most recent legislative findings on that. The Court of Appeals did have struck down some information or some ordinances from Wilmington that had been sort of the standard in the state. So he is going to update everybody on that at the same time. So if you have any questions or concerns, please be ready to discuss that with Tom. Music in the Park will be held on Friday, July the 1st, and it will feature the Special Occasion Band. This band's been with us quite a bit over the years. They're excellent. They will present a blend of beach music favorites along with more contemporary hits. Music begins at 6 p.m., concludes around 10 p.m., and all of the information on the events can be found on our website and our Facebook page. Town offices will be closed on Monday, July the 4th, in observance of the Independence Day holiday. Recycling will be on a regular schedule. The Planning Board will also be having their regularly scheduled meeting on July the 18th, again at 6 p.m. here in the Civic Center. The Potter sidewalk is complete and it is open to the public, correct, Paul? Yes. So we are just very proud of Paul for all the work that he has done on that. We sincerely appreciate the support of our local delegation at the General Assembly, who made a grant funding available for that project. So it is a welcome addition. I'm very happy to say that it is open for the public's use. The Pennyburn Transitional Rehab Facility will conduct a ribbon cutting on Monday, the 27th at 2 p.m. That facility is actually located within our town limits, but the majority of their facility is actually in the city of High Point. I do want to thank the engineers, the designers, town staff, and the city of High Point staff and leadership for their ability to collaborate and work together to resolve some of the jurisdictional challenges that we faced to bring this much-needed project into the community. Finally, on July the 4th, at 11 a.m. at Ren Miller Park, the Veterans Memorial, the Jamestown Veterans Committee will be having a flag-raising ceremony. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to discuss them.
Any questions for me?
Thank you
Matt.
very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Sure.
Council members, do we have any committee reports?
You want me to go first?
You go first.
Well, I do have a report from NCDOT on the East Fork Road report. And I made you guys a copy. Let me get all my papers together here.
Pass it on down if you want. You can head your way.
Just want to say it's a copy of the report, although some of it has been redacted and not all of it is included because some of it is personal in nature due to these crash reports, because that's what, you know, their traffic stuff in there did. So that's why you don't maybe have all of it, or you see some redaction. And I did give a copy of this to the town clerk and the public service director, which they have shared with the town manager. On the first page of the email, basically I was going to show you the, and this was from Wright Archer, who's a division engineer. He said the area traffic engineer reviewed the road conditions, degree of curve, super elevation, roadway condition, pavement markings, and shoulder conditions, and found all these criteria acceptable. As you can see in the attached report, guardrail is not recommended. The lax shoulder runoff is one indicator guardrail is not required. Mr. Button, who is the traffic safety engineer, noted 4 accidents in the last several years. 2 accidents were encounters with deer. Of course, I did tell them, often with these run-ins, cars into the fence, sometimes we get a report, sometimes we don't. You know, if they can keep moving, they'll just move their car and go on. So actually just going to your traffic reports is not a complete history. But, so the recommendations they came up with were the following. Install chevrons in the reverse curves located in the vicinity of High Point Lake on, it says State Road 1545, which is East Fork Road, and replace black on white, that reduced speed ahead regulatory sign on eastbound East Fork Road with a W19-3, which I asked them or emailed them, what is that? And I don't know yet what that is exactly, but you reduce speed ahead to 35-mile-per-hour warning sign, and then also install a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit sign at the beginning of the 40-mile-per-hour speed zone located on East Fork Road, 0.33 miles west of Guilford Road. So, and they also, which I'm going to apologize to you, I did give you their investigation field sketch, which is not a very good sketch, but also the one that I had to go by is not that great. And I had trouble when I first looked at it, but it's the lower left corner, that's Guilford Road, and then you can see how East Fork goes through, and the two side curves on either side, there's where the chevrons, which what I understand are like those V-shaped signs, and then replacing of the one black and white sign with this reduced speed ahead sign, and then installing a new sign at that curve, which is the 40 mile per hour, beginning the 40 mile per hour limit. So, I did call Mr. Archer and told him I was a bit disappointed. We thought what we needed was the guardrail extended. However, it is their road, and it is their regulations, it is their authority. And then I asked, well, when will these changes be made? And I'm waiting to hear back from him. He did say he was going to get with staff and let me know as soon as possible when they would make these changes. But then I told him that the council would be, and our finance director, we all are keeping an eye on when this fence gets hit again, and every time it does, we're going to take a picture and send it to him, so he'll have that in his files, and if there be any change later. But that's the report I got.
All we can do is try. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you.
Well, now they're going to, not only are we going to have to replace the fence, but they're going to have to replace a half a dozen signs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, then maybe that will speed up them doing more than that, but.
So I don't have exactly a report with the rec group, but I sat in on a call with Rebecca and Matthew and the group that in regards to the Oakdale Cotton Mill and potential renovations there. You know, I've got to say that I'm pretty disappointed in the, not our group obviously, but in the lack of responsiveness and the ongoing circle that we seem to have been in for the past 3+ years as far as trying to get some receptiveness so that we can do something with the property. I mean, for the most part, with the exception of one person, everybody is like up in New Jersey, and we're down here with the property and looking at it on a regular basis and the conditions of it and so forth. I just, you know, I feel like we're at a point now where we're going to take, you know, the steps with them in partnership in good faith that something's going to come in the short term. But if it does not, then I think we should probably start having a different type of conversation as it relates to that property, because it's going to seed fast and it has a historical significance. And it would be really great to see somebody do something with it. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out there and share it with the group.
Well, and if I could just tag on, I want to really compliment the staff for following through with this, and following up. I know that these types of meetings have happened several times over the years, and have really gone out of their way to get together, the NC preservation group to, who has helped landowners go through this before, and they've worked specifically with, owners of mills and gave great examples of how those have been changed and, whether they are created mixed use or condos or just, businesses, that type of thing, how they've really revived a lot of these places, and I think gave a lot of great options. So I really want to commend the staff for putting that together, and everybody just for coming to the table none of us really had to do that, but we really care about this community and the history and that property, and frankly, the people who live there who are renting these properties from someone who does live far away and is not keeping them up to a standard that at least appears to be safe. So I think we've gone out of our way to provide help and support and, cheering people on. And, like John said, if there's really no movement, I think, we treat that as any other property that has minimum housing violations and that is,
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
causing a concern.
That's part of that, is what
That's
I
very
wholeheartedly
disappointing.
agree with. Get the people that we're paying to do the ordinance violations on them.
Yeah,
Good
it is, it's
suggestion.
very disappointing. I don't know if y'all saw, I gave it to Matt, it's in Gibsonville, but it wasn't Historic Preservation or NC Preservation that did it, it was private developers. But 3 developers, there's a huge mill in Gibsonville, which they've been working on a year, but it's just awesome.
Yeah,
And
night and day
I could
difference.
just see what could happen at Oakdale, And then, of course, staff and getting these folks together, but there's just no interest.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, to town manager and staff's credit, I mean, Preservation NC, they've offered more than once. I mean, the door's open. And this just doesn't seem to want to gain any traction. And when we try to go down the path of, well, let's try to take a different tack to it, it tends to be a revolving series of the same answers. Because I've sat in on more than one of these conversations, and it's very zero gain. So I like what Lawrence said earlier as far as the local agency that we've, contracted under to follow up on standards within Jamestown. I think that might be a good follow-up step.
Well, I did ride through there the other day before yesterday, and they have done some cleanup as far as junk or debris and mowing, but, you still have the places, the homes that need to be boarded up, made secure, broken glass, windows, obviously, and the mill itself is,
Sad.
and easy access into it, so it's really a danger, a safety danger.
I mean, copper stolen out of it recently, didn't they? Or
I'll
in the
bet.
last year.
Yeah, I would be sure. Well, yeah.
Didn't mean to go down a rabbit hole there, but
Like you say, what's the tagline? History and possibilities?
Lots of
There's some
possibilities
possibilities
there.
down there, but.
History's got some
Yeah.
little possibilities.
Planning Board met this month to look over a proposal put forth by Windsor Homes, which is interested in 4718 Harvey Road, so an area kind of across from the entrance to Jamestown Middle and the schools back there. And they are interested in a number of residential lots, a maximum of 95, but potentially less if they also include a small amount of commercial. So there was a lot of robust discussion about that. There's always a lot of talk about the school and the traffic and that type of thing. So the planning board chose to continue that discussion to the next meeting.
I attended the PTRC meeting last week, and it was the budget meeting, so we basically worked on the budget with them. Okay. Katie, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Nobody signed up.
Thank you. Any other business, council?
Well, I didn't know if y'all realized, Wells Fargo, the lobby and the drive-through is now open. They opened last week, first time since last fall, so I was happy about that. I had asked John before the meeting, maybe y'all have heard, the new restaurant where Penny's was, and the Mexican restaurant, do y'all know when that's going to open up or anything about it? It's Namaste Lambini.
Indian cuisine,
Is
I
that-
believe, but I don't
I think
Have y'all heard when they may
it's
open
very
up?
small letters on the bottom. It's like a variety of,
Yeah.
I think pretty much anything, any food you're into, they may have from
Yes.
what we're reading the bottom line
Yeah.
there, so.
They have,
It's like great variety.
they submitted their sign permit and everything's good to go as far as the town's concerned, but I haven't heard anything of an
I
opening
just
date.
was wondering, I always wonder when some new place to eat, I want to know about it.
Well, you can have,
I don't think so.
Martha, you can have your wedding reception.
That's- They can cater it for me.
If they're on the approved vendor list.
It's a plan, it's a plan.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the open sign. But anyway, then one other question for Paul. Is the town responsible for mowing? I can't see you, so I'm assuming you're back there. Is the town responsible for mowing around Lydia's Tunnel and that sidewalk?
Currently, we are, so yes, the contractor has responsibilities until we take possession of all the final work. We've been, because of all the delays, which are not the contractor's fault, we've been trying to help them out with mowing, but is it needing mowing again?
Well, yeah.
We're trying to help them out because between the railroad and DOT, this project really got drug out.
Yeah, I know.
They were in there a couple of weeks ago and did a little bit, but then stopped.
Well, I just was walking down there, and it's pretty snaky looking through there, so I just wasn't sure.
Do you want a motion to go into closed session, Council?
Motion to go into closed session per General Statute 143-318 to discuss matters related to attorney-client privilege, 2216 Guilford College Road, and a personal matter.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? opposed?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Yes.
Not yet.
No?
You don't, okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
I'll second that.
Oh,
I seconded.
what?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Yeah, I already did that.
Oh,
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
we're getting a little punchy tonight.